Test. Test. One. One.
natubajjako naawe so kati ate omanyi mujja bokone oba
wano sebo gwa lwaningawo ngenda beera makerere
at what point should we
nsoba mbadde nyaga kusettinga room
kati we are going to access the
libeetanga tusaate
kati room budget wadde because at what point should we remove them
ebyo kannaye ekyambuza busizi
tumanye nti bano baweddeyo teeka twesettinge for this
oba ngende makerere nzijawo makerere saamu asigale tubeere nga tuli seekyeyo
nti osikutegedde kuba wano singa tumanya room Sambule n'abeera ng'agira nga tuuse
bakasirivu bagenda kukwatya kamera emakerere kaki ekibulayo awo kale kakati naye kanzije makerere tukole makerere aveewo kankubire saame
Hello. Good morning. We would like to welcome you this morning to this function. And we want to thank the Lord who has started by blessing us with a bit of some rains. We have very important arrivals amidst us. We shall be recognizing you at the appropriate time. All is set, and we should be able to roll our program as shared. The justices are already with us, and judges. We have other invited guests. And so we should be able to move on perfectly should the drizzle subside. I'd like to, for now, recognize the presence of our honorable retired justices, and we shall be recognizing you at that appropriate time. We have members and heads of missions who are here. We have our development partners. We have you, the advocates. We have the judicial officers. We have our families. You're all most welcome. President Blunt, please continue giving us some melodies as we move to the next stage, and as we also do consult on how to move about it. So thank you very much. Feel free, feel comfortable. Should you wish to visit the washrooms, we have them at the Supreme Court buildings. You'll be directed on the ground floor. So feel comfortable to freshen up. Prisoners back, please. Hello? No, shortly. Okay, thank you. We want to inform you that the Honorable Chief Justice is ready for the procession. That has just been delayed a little because of the rains. And we are happy it has reduced or almost subsiding. And we are requesting the members of the bar who are ready to join the Chief Justice at the upper parking so that the procession can proceed and we get here in time to continue with the program. So members of the bar and the judicial officers, please proceed so that the procession can continue. The judges are joining, so we should be joining too so that this procession can move on. We want to catch up with time. You know, time is of essence, and we appreciate you are very important people in your respective occupations. So may we move so that we have the procession. It's the rains that have a little bit challenged our program, but we also thank God for that. So let us join the Chief Justice and the procession moves. Thank you. And as the procession is on, I will ask DJ to be giving us some good melodies for those of us who will be staying behind as the procession moves on. DJ. Yeah, we can use the steps to the upper end or behind the tent here. You'll still access the behind. My ushers, please, could you assist in directing our guests to the upper parking and let us move fast. So our profession has joined us in the High Court, and the term is coming. So we are really moving on well. Yes. The Honorable the Chief Justice, the Deputy Chief Justice, and the Honorable Principal Judge are joining us. Let us welcome them, followed by the justices and judges and administrators. My Lord Chief Justice and the team, you are most welcome, and we are happy to receive you as you take your seats. My lords, the justices and judges, you are also most welcome. Judiciary top administrators, you are most welcome. You take your seats. Thank you very much. We may be taking our seats. My Lord, the Chief Justice, before you are invited guests, and among them, my Lord, we shall be recognizing the dignitaries who have graced our occasion at an appropriate time. But to mention, we have our retired judicial officers present. They will be recognized. We have our development partners. We have members of the bar. We have judicial officers. We also have the family of the late Honorable Benedict Kiwanuka, Chief Justice. And we're all eager to receive you with the Honorable Deputy Chief Justice and the Honorable the Principal Judge. Our keynote speaker is already with us. And the Right Honorable Speaker is shortly joining us too. And I will request the judiciary top management will be moving to receive her and usher her into the stand. You're most welcome once again. We really apologize for the rains, but that's a blessing to us. A little delay, but with the thousands of blessings is a wonderful thing. Prisons give us a settling melody as we prepare to receive the speaker. The Right Honorable Speaker is here with us, and she's going to be received by the Judiciary top management. She's passed the Baraka Guards and she's now being received by the Honorable Chief Justice. And the Judiciary top management. The Right Honourable Speaker and the top management are joining us. We shall all rise and receive them. And as they take their seats, we shall then proceed to have the anthems. Our chief guest, you are most welcome. We should proceed to have the national anthems. Thank you very much, our chief guest, Honorable the Chief Justice, all protocol observed. As we remain standing, let me invite Reverend Monsignor Charles Casavante to take us through prayer. We shall start our prayer with a reading from the scriptures. Psalm 111. I will praise you, Lord, with all my heart. In the assembled congregation of the upright, great are the works of the Lord, to be treasured for all their delights. Majestic and glorious is your work. Your wise design endures forever. You won renown for your wondrous deeds. Gracious and merciful is the Lord. You give food to those who fear you, mindful of your covenant forever. You showed powerful deeds to your people, giving them the land of the nations. The works of your hand are right and true, reliable all your decrees, established forever and ever, to be observed with the royalty and care. You sent deliverance to your people, ratified your covenant forever. Holy and awesome is your name. The fear of the Lord is the beginning of wisdom. Prudent are all who live by it. Your praise endures forever. Let us pray. God, Father in heaven, we never cease to praise you and glorify you for your greatness and goodness to us. We thank you, Lord, for this day and for bringing us together in honor of your servant, Benedicto Kiwanuka, who stands out as an honest, truthful, and just man. Thank you for the leaders of our nation who are here to honor this servant of yours. Thank you for the judiciary that chose to honor a fallen friend in the cause of duty and what is right. Lord, help them to be custodians of justice in our land. Help them, Lord, to uphold and respect your law. The respect for human life is dwindling in our country. So many murders are taking place every other day. May they stand for that gift that, Lord, you gave to us out of the love of the human race. May this gathering heighten within each one of us here present and even in our country the desire to do what is right and proper. God our Father, bless this moment that we are to spend here, and enrich each one of us with the love of you and our fellow people as you bid us and command us to effect and live by in our lives. May your presence touch each one of us here present to be drawn to you, close to you, and to love to follow you. This we ask through Christ our Lord. I request we take our seats. Our guest of honor, my Lord, the Chief Justice, my Lord, the Deputy Chief Justice, my Lord, the Principal Judge, allow me invite the Chief Registrar welcome you and also take us into the next program.
Thank you, Your Worship. The Right Honorable Speaker of Parliament, my Lord, the Honorable the Chief Justice, my Lord, the Honorable the Deputy Chief Justice, my Lord, the Honorable the Principal Judge, my Lord, the Honorable the Chief Justice Emeritus, and my Lord, the Honorable the Principal Judge Emeritus, my Lords, the Justices and Judges of the Courts of Judicature, both serving and retired, Your Excellencies, the Ambassadors and High Commissioners, the heads of the different administration of justice program institutions, the Permanent Secretary and Secretary to the Judiciary, our keynote speaker, Dr. Zahara Nampeo, Your Worships, the registrars and magistrates, the senior administrators of the judiciary, the president of the Law Society, and the distinguished members of the bar, the family of the late Chief Justice Benedicto Kiwanuka, invited guests, both here present and the virtual audience, members of the Fourth Estate, ladies and gentlemen, good morning and welcome to the 7th Benedicto Kiwanuka Memorial Lecture, which has been organized by the judiciary to celebrate the life and the achievements of the late Benedicto Kiwanuka, who, as we all know, was the first Ugandan to be appointed Chief Justice. Right Honorable Speaker, you're most welcome to the beautiful new headquarters of the judiciary, which I think we all agree is worth giving thanks to God for. And I think we can all clap and say thank you, God. Allow me, I do recognize the Honorable Deputy Chief Justice Emeritus. Sorry, I had not seen him there. My Lord, you're most welcome. Our theme today is Benedicto Kiwanuka, promoting a people-centered approach to justice. We all agree we have lost about 1 hour given that the rain interfered with our program. And so we are going to go straight into our program and we shall go on with the recognitions as we go along. Right Honorable Speaker, our program basically has about 4 parts to it. We are done with the procession that was led by the Honorable the Chief Justice together with their lordships and the members of the bar and their worships. We will now go into the part where we are going to have remarks. We will be welcomed by the Honorable the Deputy Chief Justice, who has been the chairperson of the organizing committee. Thereafter, we'll have remarks by the Vice President of the Uganda Law Society, who is representing the President. We will then proceed to have the keynote address. And then we'll have the part where we are going to have the award ceremony. Right Honorable Speaker, usually when we have this lecture, there are persons who are awarded for their distinguished service. Once we are done with that, we will then have that award ceremony will include the citations and also the award by yourself, Right Honorable Speaker. And then one of the awardees is going to speak. Then we'll have a speech by the Honorable the Chief Justice, who will in turn invite you to make the address, and we'll be winding up this ceremony. We hope to catch up with the time so that we are out of here within about 2 hours. I now take the opportunity to welcome the Honorable the Deputy Chief Justice and Chairperson of the Organizing Committee to come and make his remarks. My Lord, you're welcome.
Thank you, Your Worship. The Right Honorable Speaker of Parliament, my Lord, the Chief Justice, my Lords, let's follow the protocol. We are trying to catch up with time. I take this honor to welcome you, Right Honorable Speaker of Parliament, to the Judiciary Headquarters. It's a new place. You are most welcome. We appreciate you, Right Honorable, for gracing this event. I welcome all our guests to this commemoration day of the late Chief Justice Benedicto Kiwanuka. The late Benedicto Kiwanuka was the first Ugandan to be appointed Chief Justice. On 21st September 1972, he was kidnapped from his chambers at this High Court building. He is believed to have been murdered by government of the time headed by President Idi Amin. The legacy of the late Kiwanuka, particularly as a judge and Chief Justice, has been celebrated by the judiciary here now 7 times. This is the 7th occasion. The judiciary decided to annually recognize and celebrate the life and achievements of the late Benedicto. This is aimed at reminding ourselves and others of his great contribution to the advancement of the social justice and the rule of law in Uganda. The theme of today's occasion is Benedicto Kiwanuka, a people-centered approach to justice. This should help us consider our past, appreciate the present, and prepare for the future in regard to promoting a justice system that is people-centered. In line with Benedicto Kiwanuka's aspirations, the judiciary is currently promoting a people-centered approach to justice by implementing the Alternative Justice AGS and the Alternative Dispute Resolution ADS for settlement of disputes. Our courts have traditionally concentrated on litigants coming to court, often with the assistance of their advocates. Each party presents its case in our adversarial system, and the court gives a judgment. The winner takes it all, and on the other side, the loser lives in agony. You recall that traditionally the people of Uganda resolved their disputes among the various groupings using their clan leaders, family heads, leadership systems, and religious setups. The Hague Institute for Innovation of Law, HIL, 2024 survey report indicates that 90% of justice seekers in Uganda rely on their informal justice sector mechanisms. These include negotiations, mediations by family members and friends, and their local council courts instead of going to the formal courts. The report reveals that only 10% seek justice through our courts. The report calls upon us to support the alternative justice interventions, which are more popular and people-favored and centered in order to attain the just certification of the population. These alternative mechanisms promote the involvement of litigants and neutral members of society in finding solutions for the disputes that are in our society. They promote faster, flexible, and restorative delivery of justice to the parties. Article 126 of our Constitution commands our courts to exercise judicial power, which is derived from the people in conformity with the law and with the values, norms, and aspirations of the people. The same article obliges the courts, when adjudicating civil and criminal cases, to, amongst other things, promote reconciliation among the parties and administer substantive justice without undue regard to technicalities. The judiciary is a key stakeholder in the administration of justice. As we embrace alternative justice systems, we must work along with other stakeholders in the justice chain in order to attain our desired impact and goal. On the 30th of August 2024, I was invited and was honored to give a keynote address at the Uganda Law Society annual general meeting and conference, which was on the topic, and I quote, mass case settlement is the alternative just strategy for the judiciary of Uganda, a panacea for case backlog. And I quote. Members of the Law Society are among our major stakeholders in the implementation of the AJS and ADR, which are geared towards a people-centered justice. We are grateful that it was resolved at that conference that the Law Society and its members will continue to support the judiciary in implementing AJS and ADR. The judiciary held a case settlement week that was held between the 5th and the 9th of August 2024. This was a pilot program in which the Court of Appeal, the Civil Division, Commercial Division, Family and Land Divisions of the High Court, together with the High Court circuits of Fort Portal, Guru, Masaka, and Mukono, plus the Chief Magistrates Courts of Makinde and Mengo participated in using mediation to settle disputes for the whole week. In a period of 5 days, those pilot courts were able to dispose of 237 cases through mediation. We have learned lessons and we shall implement them in the short run. The judiciary will continue to hear cases as we have done before. We shall also enhance the use of ADR and AJS at all levels of our courts to promote a people-centered approach to justice. We need your support to achieve this noble cause. In performing our judicial duties, we contribute to the national effort of transforming Uganda by ensuring that all citizens enjoy their rights as they conduct their affairs in accordance with the law. This celebration of life and achievements of Benedicto Kiwanuka is a call to each one of us to reflect on what we have done, what more we need to do and can do in the quest for a stronger people-centered judiciary. In the offing, the judicial service to the population, the judiciary cannot successfully operate in isolation from other organs of the state. Article 128, sub-article 3 of the Constitution enjoins all organs and agencies of the state to accord to the courts such assistance as may be required to ensure the effectiveness of the courts. I call upon all of us to work together to achieve a meaningful justice delivery mechanism for our people. We are glad and appreciate the leadership of this country. We thank the executive and the legislature for having stood with the judiciary in our efforts to effectively and efficiently achieve the judiciary's vision, which is justice for all. I take this opportunity and privilege to extend my heartfelt thanks to you, Right Honorable Speaker of Parliament, for gracing this occasion. We are humbled and do not take it for granted. I want to thank you, my Lord the Chief Justice, for consistently ensuring that the Ben Kiwanuka Memorial Lecture takes place every year. I also appreciate the family members of the late Chief Justice Benedicto Kiwanuka for always coming to celebrate with us the legacy of this gallant son of Uganda. I want to congratulate all those who are going to be awarded today for their illustrious work and the contribution they have rendered to the judiciary and to the rule of law generally. Finally, I commend the organizing committee members for their untiring efforts to ensure that this occasion is successfully held. I call upon members of the organizing committee to stand up for recognition. Thank you very much, and thank you all for listening to me, for God and my country.
Thank you very much, my Lord, the Deputy Chief Justice. And thank you for consistently chairing 5 of the meetings of Benedicto Kiwanuka. And thank you for welcoming us and giving highlights of ADR. Let me just tell you something small about the Honorable DCJ and those meetings. If you arrived 5 minutes late, you would find the reactions to the chairperson happening. In other words, they were precise, on time, and for the last 5 years, they have delivered successfully. So let us appreciate the Honorable, the Deputy Chief Justice, and especially that this is his last Benedicto Kiwanuka. So a bigger round of applause for him. Thank you so much, my Lord. We go to the Law Society. Right, Honorable Speaker, yesterday we had the bar bench as I invite him. And what he said is that is judiciary worried of what is happening in the Law Society in terms of elections. But the Honorable Principal Judge said we are not worried. So we are still not worried. Mr. Singwire, as you come to deliver your remarks on behalf of the President, you're welcome.
Right Honorable Speaker of Parliament, my Lord, the Chief Justice, my Lord, the Deputy Chief Justice, my Lord, the Principal Judge, permit me to adopt the protocol as has been read out by the Chief Registrar. And Your Worship, today we are not going to be talking about our worries about the upcoming elections. Right Honorable Speaker, a memorial by its very nature is supposed to remind us of a person or an event. If we wanted to simply remember the person, Right Honorable Speaker, there is a monument right outside at the High Court premises, and that would have been sufficient. But the organizers of this event deemed it fit that we talk more about the person, the circumstances in which he operated, in which he led the country's judicially, but also the events that unfolded leading to his removal from his chambers quite a number of years ago. For us, as the Uganda Law Society, justice can only be people-centered depending on how we respond to the issues and the circumstances in which we operate. The leaders of yesterday were faced with similar events and circumstances that led, for example, to the brutal murder of the late Chief Justice Benedicto Kiwanuka. How did they respond to those events? Right Honorable Speaker, they gave us the 1995 Constitution, and they gave it to us and for our posterity. It is therefore possible that the people who are seeking to desecrate the very Constitution as we know it only desire to take us back to those circumstances which we do not want to be in the first place. The most relevant of this Constitution is Article 1, Clause 1, that all power belongs to the people. And for us, today's theme, promoting a people-centered approach to justice, the key word is the people. Everything we do, everything that we plan on doing must be for the good of the people. This means, for example, that when a citizen votes someone in power, it is a loan. That vote must be returned to that citizen with interest. That interest is focusing all our actions and everything we do in making sure that we serve the purpose for which we are put in these places. A person does not lose their power by voting another in power. More particularly and relevant to this event is Article 126.1 that judicial power is derived from the people and shall be exercised in the name of the people. If at any one point a judicial officer exercises that power for the benefit of a colleague, for the benefit of a friend, for the benefit of some other consideration beyond the people that they are called to serve, then we are working in vain. Learning from the Chief Justice Benedicto Kiwanuka, the promulgator has quickly added Article 126(1) of the Constitution, that in exercising this power, the judiciary shall not be subject to the control or direction of any person. The key words here is control and direction. The Uganda Law Society understands that the arms of government have to collaborate. They have to work together, they have to consult to be able to achieve the result that we all want. The control and direction cannot, in the remotest use of the English language, be called collaboration. And as for the judiciary, it should not even be seen to amount to control or direction. And that is something we must all guard jealously. The late Chief Justice Benedicto Kiwanuka knew this, and he refused to be controlled. To deliver a people-centered justice is to occasionally return that power with interest to the people in an overflowing respect of dignity and protection of their rights. Some would say, arguably so, that the Chief Justice Ben Kiwanuka was a judicial matter. In the Christian communities where I have lived, the blood of a martyr is a seed. It is something we have to nurture and grow. We must then look around us and within ourselves. Where was this seed planted? If it is a seed of justice, before you make any intervention, as a judicial officer, as counsel in the case, as a police officer doing investigations, every one of us, we must look within ourselves and find that seed and water it and give it and make it sprout. That would make the late Chief Justice Benedicto Kiwanuka proud. And the sacrifice that he made would not have been in vain. Right, Honorable Speaker, it is not very difficult to look to do justice. And it is not a preserve of only the judiciary, because the judiciary does not operate in a vacuum. There's quite a number of players, including the Uganda Law Society. Neither are we required individually to first become the Chief Justice for us to be able to deliver justice. You do not need that position of power for you to say, I will wait until my promotion, I will wait until I hold that position. Right, Honorable Speaker, just, I believe about 4 days ago, there was a story in the media of a magistrate grade 1 in Kayunga Court. I believe we all heard the story. Her Worship Farida was conducting proceedings and was mentioning a case that involved the defilement of a child. I don't know if Her Worship is around today. It involved a child who was about 2 years, I think 3 years old. She stopped the proceedings and went to her bag, picked some money and contributed for the mother of the child who was trying to raise some small money to take that child for treatment. There were so many people in the courtroom, they each went to their pockets and picked some money and made their contributions, and the proceedings proceeded after that was made. That is people-centered justice. You do not lose your humanity, and that is something we should guard jealously. Your Worship, Chief Registrar, every chance you get, you always tell us about your hobbies and orgies in powerful places. Your Worship, that is my orgy. And we are powerful with our hearts. As I conclude, I therefore call upon all of us to play our part. there is not anything anyone can do. There is not anything any institution can do if they operate in a vacuum and if they do not work together. If we all play our part, we shall make Chief Justice Benedicto Kiwanuka very proud. Once again, I want to thank the Honorable, the Chief Justice, and the Honorable, the Deputy Chief Justice, and the organizing committee for the invitation to this event. I want to also congratulate the people who are due for the award. That was a very beautiful thing to do, because I think one of the way of encouraging us to emulate the example is by rewarding those who have. I want to thank my fellow council, the members of the bar, for attending with me here today and for all the support that you have. I know there is not enough opportunities to recognize the contribution Law Society makes, but in due time. And I say all this for God and my country. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mr. Sengwire Martin, for those wonderful remarks from the Law Society. Let us add him another round of applause. And thank you for reminding me. Today I was about to forget these OGs and OBs, but I'll come back to that because we have lost some time and we are trying to race with it and see that we don't lose any more time. Right, Honorable Speaker, we are going to proceed to the next item, which is the keynote address, and I'll be introducing the keynote speaker, and then we shall proceed with the rest of the program. Our keynote speaker this year, I must say, is the first woman since we started the memorial lectures to be making the keynote address, and this is Dr. Let us give a thank you so much. This is Dr. Zahara Nampewo. She's a Ugandan lawyer and an academic teaching law at the Makerere University, where she is also the deputy principal at the School of Law. Dr. Nampewo received her PhD from Emory University in the United States. She holds a Master of Laws degree in Human Rights from the University of Nottingham in the United Kingdom. She also holds an advanced diploma in human rights protection from Abo Academy University, Turku, Finland, and a Bachelor's of Laws degree from Makerere University. Dr. Nampewo graduated with a diploma in legal practice from the Law Development Center in 1999. Dr. Nampewo's areas of interest and expertise include human rights, health justice, gender, and transitional justice. Dr. Nampewo is a celebrated publisher. She is also active in civil society, where she belongs to several boards. Prior to joining Makerere University, Dr. Nampewo served as program coordinator for the Danish International Development Agency, that is DANIDA, in Uganda, and also as a gender justice specialist with the UN Women in Liberia. Dr. Zahara was a winner of the 2019 Women in Law Award for Female Lawyer Academic, awarded by the Uganda Law Society. And she also received the Vice Chancellor's Research Excellency Award in January of 2024. Let us give it up for our keynote speaker, Dr. Zahara Nampewo. You're most welcome.
Thank you very much, Chief Registrar, for your very kind introduction. Right Honorable Speaker of Parliament, my Lord Chief Justice, the Honorable, the Deputy Chief Justice, the Honorable, the Principal Judge, Chief Justice Emeritus, Deputy Chief Justice Emeritus, Principal Judge Emeritus, my Lords, Justices and Judges, members of the Diplomatic Corps, the Chief Registrar, the family of the late Benedicto Kiwanuka, your worships, the Vice President of the Uganda Law Society, professors and members of the academia, invited guests, ladies and gentlemen. I thank the Chief Justice, Alphonse Chigamoy Onyidolo, for inviting me to give this keynote in memory of the first Ugandan Chief Justice of our country, the late Benedicto Kajimu Mugumba Kiwanuka. This 7th anniversary of the lecture series symbolizes durability and strength, an awakening to our role in upholding the power and sovereignty of the people as per Article 1 of our Constitution. It further represents a foundation of more achievements to come, and I congratulate you. I am deeply honored to have been so invited, in the first place because of the colossal prominence of the man to whom this day is dedicated, the first Ugandan to serve as Chief Justice. I am also esteemed to be standing before you all, distinguished in your various capacities, my seniors, some, my teachers, and many familiar faces that I sat with in my first year of law school and the classes thereafter. How years fly from the days we were scrambling for casebooks in the law cage at Makerere University Main Library to read cases like Khalil versus Kabolik Smoke Ball. As most of you will remember, that is one of the key cases we read in the first year of law school. It would be hard to pass the course on contract law without fully understanding the principles in this course. Since the Vice President of the Uganda Law Society talked about OGs and OBs, my Lord Chief Justice, let me inform you that I believe the class of 1995, that is my year, has the biggest representation on your bench, 16 or 17 judges of your High Court bench, and still counting. We are still coming. And I do hope that I will live up to their expectations today as we celebrate Chief Justice Ben Kiwanuka, a life well lived. Ben Kiwanuka's killing was the first of a series aimed at curbing power centers within Buganda and Ankole, perceived by Idi Amin as a threat to his rule. As you may know, on 21st September 1972, he was whisked away from his chambers at the High Court by armed government forces, allegedly for making a decision that did not please the president and was never seen again. Makerere too, where I work, was not spared. This great institution lost our first African vice chancellor under brutal death. Frank Kalimuzo was appointed vice chancellor in 1970 by then President Apollo Milton Obote. At the time, Makerere had just become an independent national university. Sadly, Frank Kalimuzo was abducted and killed on the orders of President Amin in 1972 on allegations that he was working for Obote to destabilize a government which had just taken power. Kalimuzo's death marked the first attack on intellectualism and independent thinking in Uganda. A few days after Kalimuzo's disappearance, Makerere celebrated her golden jubilee. Kalimuzo's message featured prominently in the Uganda Argus supplement that day. That was a leading newspaper during those days. It was a message of hope and vision for the university to make Makerere a leading institution in Africa, a dream that has come to pass. Frank Kalimuzo was honored by a building named after him, the Frank Kalimuzo Central Teaching Facility. We also hold an annual lecture in his honor, the Frank Kalimuzo Public Lecture. Remembered as a diplomat and a shrewd administrator, Kalimuzo taught us that despite hard times, universities must continue to stand strong and to stand for the right thing. And just like Benedicto Kiwanuka, the steps left by these great men to do the right thing should keep inspiring us. For they lived true to their word to stamp out the injustices in their days. And just as the words of Martin Luther King Jr. echo, injustice anywhere is a threat to justice everywhere. Our remembrance of Frank Kalimuzo and indeed of Benedicto Kiwanuka allow us the opportunity to recall and draw upon past events in order to help us frame our understanding and behavior in the present. Through their memory, we must carve out a framework through which to make sense of the present and the future. Our theme this year, and which I was asked to talk about, is a people-centered justice. Benedicto Kiwanuka promoting a people-centered approach to justice. This calls us, in my view, to explore a reorientation of our justice policy making and implementation by focusing not only on the justice system from the perspective of the institutions involved, but also by fully understanding the needs of the people these institutions and actors are meant to serve. People-centered justice is a rule of law approach. The latter is a common golden thread in the fabric of every liberal democracy, which serves as a basic value and a foundation of good governance. It protects many, if not all, of the core underlying values that allow for functioning liberal society. As Constance writes, we know of no better model than a democracy under the rule of law to achieve that aim. A people-centered approach to justice prioritizes the perspectives, the needs, the strengths and expectations of justice users to enhance the quality of justice and mitigate barriers to service delivery. Some scholars have called it user-friendly justice. In essence, it means putting people at the center of everything done by all players in the administration of justice. It emphasizes the protection of individual rights, the involvement of affected parties in the justice process, ensuring accessibility, responsiveness, inclusivity, promotion of fairness, and transparency. This transformative approach to justice delivery recognizes that justice is not only a legal question, it should holistically counter inequalities and discrimination. It should address power imbalances. It should question traditional assumptions and ultimately guarantee justice as an undeniable public good. Such a user-friendly justice system is one that people can use, they can access, and they do understand. In a way, therefore, we are called upon to improve the quality of people's justice journeys and to make their experiences bearable. To sum up, therefore, a people-centered justice promises not only to enhance the efficiency and performance of the justice machinery, but further seeks to redesign justice systems around the needs and the expectations and the experiences of people while increasing their level of trust in the same. That is the true meaning of serving the people, as mandated by Article 126(1) of the Constitution of the Republic of Uganda, which reminds us that judicial power is derived from the people and shall be exercised in the name of the people. And further, that we must exercise our power in conformity with the aspirations of the people. And here I repeat, the aspirations of the people. And we ask of ourselves, how does the judiciary respond to the justice needs of the Ugandan population? Does our judiciary look like the people it represents? Do we broadly reflect the character and aspirations of the Ugandan people? My Lord Chief Justice and Honorable Speaker, the question before us this morning is whether we are serving the people, because the world we live in is a law-thick world. By this, I mean that all aspects of life are impacted by law. Are we putting our clients first? And as we reflect upon and remember the life and service of Chief Justice Benedicto Kiwanuka, who used his legal training to defend the victims of injustice as a notable criminal defense lawyer, we need to examine what people's justice needs are today. What do people need? And what do people want when they seek justice from us? Are we solving their justice problems as we should? And what are the obstacles that they face that we can do away with? For a while now, efforts have been made to improve access to justice across the country, both physically and functionally. There has been an increase in justice service delivery points, with investment primarily targeting building more courts, training and recruitment of judges, prosecutors, law enforcement agencies generally. Indeed, the Ugandan judiciary is comprised of 102 justices and judges, 78 registrars, and 472 magistrates, totaling 652 judicial officers. That was as at January 2024. Besides the recruitment, which I think we've done well with, new high court circuits have been created. This is commendable as services are brought nearer to the people. These steps have also translated into laudable statistics. During the financial year 2022-2023, courts completed 63% of the total caseload. And on average, we completed cases faster by almost 6 months, 177 days, compared to the previous financial year. Additionally, the age of uncompleted cases in the courts has declined over the last 3 financial years, with only 14.25% of uncompleted cases aging 5 years and older as at the end of June 2023, as compared to the year before, which was at 16.73. This speaks to efficiency in handling matters, which can be attributed to initiatives such as the electronic case management information system, small claim procedure courts, plea bargaining, and ADR where applicable. The initiative of open days is also appreciated, and I commend you, judiciary. But even then, justice problems are frequent, even when most people do not turn to lawyers and courts. Therefore, rather than reinforcing institutions, a people-centered justice policy focuses also on understanding people's justice needs and transforming justice institutions and other services to meet those needs. To what end? To build knowledge that justice serves people's needs and enables them to feel more protected and to resolve their disputes in a more sustainable way. There is therefore a need for a paradigm shift to a more transformative, user-friendly based approach that keeps putting the users at the center of justice. My Lord Chief Justice and Right Honorable Speaker, whilst there's a lot to be celebrated, we also use this opportunity to draw upon our achievements in order to help us frame our understanding for the present and for the future. And indeed, that I believe that is the purpose of our conversation today. And while I may not propose the solutions to all our justice dilemmas, recognizing and owning them as challenges is a step in the right direction. Chief Justice, I beg to highlight a few of our challenges today. One is on the efficiency of court processes through the adjudication of cases, which is a core mandate of the judiciary as spelled out under Article 126. It is a fact that Ugandans abandon attempts to resolve almost 4.7 million legal problems every year on account of negative perceptions. And the courts are claimed to be slow and bureaucratic, my lord. Additionally, our case backlog is still high. In 2022-2023, the courts closed with a case backlog of 42,960 cases. The Court of Appeal, the High Court, and the Chief Magistrates recorded the highest numbers of these. Further still, there is a challenge of a notable lack of movement on constitutional cases, particularly constitutional appeals in the Supreme Court. There is also a lack of transparency on case scheduling. Additionally, my lord, the 60-day rule within which to deliver judgments or rulings is not being fully adhered to. As I continue, are we seeing a rise in judicial conservatism? Does a decision from the Constitutional Court okaying closed-door vetting of presidential nominees by the Appointments Committee of Parliament as not affecting the promotion of transparency and accountability, not in fact inhibit transparency of justice when it denies the public timely, accessible, and accurate information on the vetting processes? Were there any exceptional circumstances permitted by the Constitution to warrant this exclusion of the public in a democratic society? A decision such as that from a high-level court may create uneven trust and unconscious bias in the courts, which yet are the ultimate guarantor of people's rights. Then there is the matter of judicial protection of rights, many of which are constitutionally guaranteed. Wangari Maathai, the Kenyan Nobel Prize winner, cautioned us that human rights are not things that are put on the table for people to enjoy. These are things you fight for and then you protect. Notable today in Uganda are the problematic approaches to bail and the weaponization of bail as evidenced in the parliamentary anti-corruption marches by sections of the population where bail was not always granted by the court in clear-cut deserving cases. There is also the judicial silence, my lord, on illegal detentions and torture of suspects. Ugandan courts would take action, including judicial measures to prevent these. On the contrary, we have seen victims, my lord, being sent back to remand, even when there are clear signs of torture and knowing that they will be further abused by prison authorities. Chief Justice Kiwanuka died because he rose up for a matter of human rights. He took on a case concerning the detainment of a civilian by the military, where he issued a writ of habeas corpus and sternly warned the military against interfering with the powers of the judiciary. He ordered for the release of the civilian, stating that the military had no powers of detaining a civilian. He subsequently received numerous phone calls marred with anger from Amin. He was kidnapped, as we all know, and was never seen or heard from again. If his beliefs and actions were not important, we would not be here today. And thus the bar is raised upon us today to reflect on our role in dispensing justice in conformity with the aspirations of the people. Essential to the rule of law is judicial independence, one of the core values of the institution. As reiterated in its performance report 2022-2023, the judiciary works to ensure that it operates freely in its own judgment without taking directives from or being controlled by any personal authority. You further commit as an institution to uphold and exemplify the independence of the judiciary in its individual and institutional aspects. Judges should not be subject to inappropriate influence, and individual judges must be free from any pressure that could affect their impartiality or the way they perform their duties. Judicial independence underpins the rule of law, which in turn underpins a people-centered justice system. As Justice Mpaji Bahigaine, as she then was, reminded us in the case of Masalu Musene and 3 others versus Attorney General, that judicial officers are charged with protecting the fundamental rights and freedoms of citizens. In performance of their duties, they are entrusted in checking the excesses of the executive and legislature. These duties require insulation from any influence, direct or indirect, that may warp their judgment. My lords, we on the outside watch keenly the effect of directives on the court, and we laud the judiciary for coming out when this has occurred. The judiciary is on record when it issued a statement in which it expressed misgivings about a government district commissioner who had been meddling in court matters. Likewise, we heed the guidance of the African Commission on Human and People's Courts, which stated that a government that governs truly in the best interest of the people should have no fears of an independent judiciary. We also wait to see how the issue of one of your members of the bench, one of a group of 16 judges appointed in acting capacity and recipient of the 2023 award of an outstanding judicial officer by the Uganda Law Society, will play out, and this impact on proper judicial independence. My discussion would not be complete if I didn't touch on the people-centered approach to justice as required in contributing to the country's development vision of a transformed society, from a peasant to a modern and prosperous country. The rule of law has long been recognized as crucial for economic growth and prosperity. The link between rule of law, access to justice, and economic development is abundantly clear. Efficient and non-corrupt institutions for the administration of justice, predictability of legal outcomes, protection of private property rights, and maintenance of stability are absolute preconditions for stable government and a supportive investment environment. They are thus essential for growth and transformation towards middle income status. A functioning rule of law justice system contributes to a thriving business environment and longer term investment decisions. It instills confidence in the system by ensuring fair competition and protecting rights. As Uganda celebrates attaining the indicators of a middle income status, making progress much better than her regional peers, the challenge is in sustaining and surpassing this achievement. Uganda climbed from position 166 in 2021 to 159 in 2023 on the global index that ranked 193 countries. As the economy grows, so do the demands from citizens. There are increasing questions of economic justice for those in business. There are questions for corporate responsibility, the social impact of business to communities, and the risk to the environment. How have courts conceptualized and balanced development that meets the needs of the present and protects the rights of investors without compromising the rights of citizens and the ability of future generations to meet their own needs? At a time when climate change and its harsh consequences are manifesting, how do our 10 cities responsibly deal with waste to mitigate the effects of the Chitezi landfill scenarios in the future? Additionally, Labor justice for employees is even more critical now than ever before. With the growth in the economy, most citizens are becoming reliant on informal employment in the services sector. And with this comes a recognition of the need for the courts to protect employees' rights. I keep joking with my colleagues that the middle income society lives in the side of Ntinda, Najera, Chira. But the road that is taking the middle income society to their homes is not one that is worth of the middle income society. The Durban Declaration notes that the legal system must be made affordable, accessible, and efficient. Human rights are meaningless if only the wealthy can enforce them, or if the remedies are subject to inordinate delays, or if we are not meeting the needs of our middle class society. For we know that in matters of truth and justice, there is no difference between large and small problems. Problems large for the investors, problems small for the Chikuba traders, because issues concerning the treatment of people are all the same. At the commercial division of the High Court, as well as the industrial court, equipped to respond efficiently to growing user needs as the economy grows. As I conclude, Right Honorable Speaker and my Lord Chief Justice, the memory of Benedicto Kiwanuka must not only become a treasure for us to keep and remember with fondness, rather, we must live to his legacy of a fearless commitment to justice and the rule of law. As Benedicto Kiwanuka dived into his new office with the intention to deliver an efficient judiciary that delivered impartial and timely judgments and justice that protected Ugandans, so we must ask ourselves, am I a Benedicto Kiwanuka in my courtroom or wherever else my sphere of influence may be? Therefore, the call upon us is to ensure a responsive justice system that is not only accessible physically and through technology and human resource, but one that delivers fair and acceptable outcomes that enable people to move forward with their work, their lives, their businesses. A mode of justice that puts the user at the center to ensure that the present and the future are fairer and more resilient for everyone. In other words, a people-centered approach. And this, my Lord, must become our new normal. In so doing, we emulate Benedicto Kiwanuka's sacrifice and fortitude in defending the rule of law and the fundamental freedoms of the oppressed. Then, and only then, do we immortalize his death. On a lighter note, Your Lordship, you may know of a recently passed political commentator, Tamale Mirundi, well known for his charged political statements over the media. I heard that the late political commentator made a death wish. If it is factual or not, I'm not too sure. It was to be buried with his head above the ground. The reason, so he could see those who are messing with his wives. I am told he had a few of those, my Lord. If the late Ben Kiwanuka had a similar wish to be buried with his head as so, what would he see of us charged with administering justice? I hope, my Lord, that this presentation has interested each and every one of us to reflect a little more on our role in administering justice in a way that the fallen Chief Justice would find deserving. I thank you once again, Chief Justice. Thank you very much.
Can do better than that. Let us add a very big round of applause to such a well-delivered paper with clarity, precise, to the point, with many points for us to ponder and reflect individually, but also as actors in the administration of justice. Thank you so much, Dr. Zahara. We can't thank you enough. And all the women in the house will say you've done us proud. Amen. Yay. So thank you. Even the men clapped, they were very happy with you. So that's really nice. And today it is nice. The chief guest is a woman, the keynote speaker, a woman, the MC. Couldn't get any better. Wow. Right, Honorable Speaker, we are proceeding to our next program where we are going to the award ceremony. As we arrange that, let the PRO run here in 1 minute as you just make a few key introductions as we go through the award ceremony. PRO, please come.
Our chief guest, allow me make a few recognitions of very important persons amidst us. Right, Honorable Speaker, we have our retired elders, and I would like to recognize the presence of Chief Justice Benjamin Odochi, retired Chief Justice. You are most welcome. Right, Honorable Speaker, I would also like to recognize the presence of retired Deputy Chief Justice, Lady Justice Alice Mpaji Bahigaini. She's here with us. Allow me also recognize the presence of retired Honorable Deputy Chief Justice, Mr. Stephen Kovma Emeritus is also here with us. And also allow me to recognize the presence of retired Honorable Principal Judge, Mr. James Ogola is equally here with us. You're most welcome, our elders. We are so happy to be with you at all times. Right, Honorable Speaker, allow me to recognize the presence of Honorable Lady Justice Catherine Bamgemeridi, the Justice of the Supreme Court. She's here with us. And allow me recognize, in the interest of time, the presence of the Justices of the Appeal. My lords, you would put up your hand for recognition. My lords, thank you very much for coming. And allow me also recognize the judges of the High Court and the Industrial Court who are here with us. My lords, you're most welcome. We have the Deputy IGG, Dr. Patricia Achamukiria. You're most welcome for being with us here. And Right Honorable Speaker, we have Dr. Pius Vigirimana, the Permanent Secretary and Secretary to Judiciary. You're most welcome. We have Mr. John Baptist Simwe here representing the Director of Public Prosecutions. You are most welcome. Allow me, and with apologies, recognize the presence of Mr. Justice Paul Mugamba, the Justice of the Supreme Court, Emeritus. You are most welcome. We have registrars and magistrates. Please stand up for recognition. Thank you. We also have senior administrators of the judiciary. Please can you stand up for recognition? Senior administrators. Thank you. We have several members of the bar. Members of the bar, please can you stand up for recognition? Present. Thank you. We have our development partners and the ministers. We have Madame Barbara Clay, the country director, IDLO. Thank you for coming. We also have Dr. Katia, the head of Coordination Office for Development Cooperation of the Australian Embassy. You are most welcome. We have Madam Pauline Chiwan, a country representative, UN Women. Most welcome. We have Madam Sharon Nyambe, the head of office, UNODC. You are most welcome. We have Madam Lillian Keane from the Hague Institute for Innovation of Law. You are most welcome. We also have Sarah Carl, head of programs and policy development at the International Office of Immigrations. Somewhere, thank you. Madam Speaker, we have the Deputy Inspector General of Police, Mr. Ochaye James. You are most welcome. And we're also joined by the Assistant Commissioner General of Prisons, Mr. Milton Atieo. Amidst us, we also have Dr. Pamela Tibihikra Kariejira, the Director, Law Development Center. You are most welcome. We have Mr. Sam Wairagala, the Deputy Technical Advisor, Governance, Peace and Security Program. Most welcome. We have Mr. Musa Mudoi, the Advisor, Human Rights and Accountability, Governance, Security Program. Most welcome. We have Dr. Sylvia Nambiru from LabsNet. You are most welcome. We also have the Dean of School of Law at Nkumba University, Professor Francis Gwenje. You are most welcome. Yes. We have Mr. Christo Kabajwara, Chairperson, Tax Appeals Tribunal. Okay, down, thank you for coming. We have Rita Namachika Nangono, the Chairperson, Insurance Appeals Tribunal. Thank you for coming. We have senior counsels present. I've seen Mr. Chinobe around. We have seen Fiona Wall. They have also been around. And we also have the family of the late Benedicto Kiwanuka. Please, the family, can you stand up for recognition? All other invited guests, for now, those are just a few we have recognized for now. Thank you very much.
Thank you, PRO, for those introductions. Right, Honorable Speaker, my OGs were there, and OB, the two senior counsel, Chinobe and Fiona Wall, and the Insurance Appeals Tribunal, Rita, are my classmates. We now proceed to the award ceremony, and to start us off is the citation that is going to be read by the Honorable, the Principal Judge. My Lord, I invite you to read the citations. Thank you.
The Honorable Speaker of Parliament of Uganda, my Lord, the Chief Justice, let me stand on the protocol that was outlined by the Chief Registrar. I have two awardees, and they allow me to read their citations. I will begin with Honorable Justice Faith Trophimus Manyindo, Deputy Chief Justice Emeritus. Justice Seth Trophimus Manyindo is a former Deputy Chief Justice of Uganda. He stands out as having served the longest in that capacity thus far, having been a Deputy Chief Justice for close to 15 years. He was chairperson of the Judicial Service Commission of Uganda, chairman of the Management Committee of the Law Development Center, and an external examiner at the Faculty of Law of Makerere University. Ses was born on October 5th, 1942 in Fort Portal, Uganda. He obtained a Master's of Laws degree from the University of London in 1968 and a Bachelor of Laws degree from the University of Dar es Salaam in 1965. He was appointed a state attorney in 1965 in the Directorate of Public Prosecutions and rose to the rank of senior state attorney until February 1969, when he resigned and joined private practice in Fort Portal town. On the 15th of March, 1973, he was appointed a pine judge of the High Court of Uganda, and on 20th of February 1986, he was appointed Justice of Court of Appeal and Vice President of the court. When the Court of Appeal became the Supreme Court of Uganda by virtue of the Judicial Act 1987, he became the Deputy Chief Justice and head of the newly created Supreme Court until 1995. Upon the promulgation of the Constitution of Uganda of 1995, he automatically became the head of the Court of Appeal and the Constitutional Court of Uganda. He was also chairperson of the Management Committee of the Law Development Center, Kampala, between 1979 to 1984, as well as external examiner at the Faculty of Law of Makerere University from 1980 to 1994. He also made commendable contributions during the constitution-making process, especially in the aspects of the judicial administration and setup. He delivered countless papers at various fora, both national and international, in the academia and in the administration of justice. Honorable Justice says Trophimus Manyindo sought early retirement from judicial service in 2001. In November 2002, he was nominated to chair the Judicial Service Commission, which he ably did until 2010. At the commission, among others, he is remembered for passing the Judicial Service Complaints and Disciplinary Proceedings Regulations of 2005 that gave the public a clear procedure of lodging complaints against judicial officers. Justice Manyindo is hailed for propagating the idea of starting the Mountains of the Moon University in central Western Uganda, together with Professor Edward Rugumayo and Reverend Albert Biaruhanga, may his soul rest in peace, in order to boost the education of the indigenous community members from the region. The university, which was incorporated in 2002, was eventually licensed in March 2005 by the National Council for Higher Education and has now grown into a reputable institution of higher learning, serving mainly the 7 districts of Bundibujo, Kabarole, Kamwenge, Kasese, Chegerwa, Chenjojo, and Ntoroko. Honorable Speaker, that is our first awardee. The second awardee is a household name you all know. Honorable Justice Munange Ogora, Principal Judge Emeritus. Justice James Ogora is a former Principal Judge of the High Court of Uganda. He was also a Justice of the Comesa Court of Justice based in Lusaka, Zambia. He was Chairperson of the Judicial Service Commission of Uganda, an acting Justice of the Supreme Court of Uganda, and also a member of the East African Court of Justice. Justice Ogora was born in 1945 at Rumino in Busia. He attended Nabumari High School for his O-level studies and King's College Budo for his A-level education. I think they all busy. I can see some of them like Chiriawiri, like Chief Justice, they are nodding their heads. He studied law at the University of Dar es Salaam from 1966 until 1969, graduating with a Bachelor of Laws degree. In 1974, he obtained a Master of Laws degree from Columbia University, New York. He also holds a diploma in legal practice from the Law Development Center, Kampala. Since 1969, James Ogora has had a vast working experience obtained from various strategic offices and institutions, both within and out of Uganda. He served as State Attorney Legislative Drafting in the Department of First Parliamentary Council at the Ministry of Justice from 1969 until 1974. He later rose to the rank of Senior Parliamentary Draftsman and then Principal State Attorney. He was also a legal officer in the Privy Council Office to the Federal Department of Justice, Ottawa in Canada. He was the first African to be appointed legal advisor at the International Monetary Fund, that's IMF in brief, in 1974. He was posted at the IMF headquarters, Washington, D.C., USA, where he was in charge of Latin American country operations between 1974 and 1978. He was later appointed legal officer at the IMF office in Paris, France, from 1978 until 1980. From 1981 to 1988, and from 1991 until 1997, he was responsible for Africa and Middle East country operations at the IMF headquarters in Washington, D.C. He from the IMF after 23 years of meritorious service. Ogora also served as Deputy Director, Deputy General Counsel, and Deputy Secretary General in the Legal Department of the African Development Bank at its headquarters in Abidjan, Ivory Coast, from 1988 to 1991. During this period, he also served as Chairman of the African Development Bank Staff Disciplinary Committee from 1989 to 1990. He was an adjunct professor at the American University School of Law in Washington, D.C. from 1996 to 1997, where he taught international commercial transactions and banking law to the Master of Laws class. Back home in 1999, Justice Ogora spearheaded the establishment of the Commercial Division as a model court in Uganda. He was subsequently appointed judge of the High Court and deployed to head the Commercial Court from 1999 until 30th July 2004, when he was appointed principal judge, replacing Justice Herbert Ntabgoba. May his soul rest in peace. He served in this capacity until his retirement in 2010. After his retirement, Justice Ogora was appointed chairperson of the Judicial Service Commission in 2012, a position he held until 2016, when his contract expired. At the commission, he is highly remembered for introducing the requirement that intending judges present applications and be rigorously screened before their names could be submitted to the president for appointment. And I'm glad to announce that he's the one who appointed me. Justice Ogora vigorously participated, but this award has nothing to do with the appointment he made. Justice Ogora vigorously participated at the ministerial negotiations and drafting sessions of the treaty establishing the East African Community, through which the East African Court of Justice was established. The treaty was approved and passed by the partner states at Arusha on the 30th of November 1999. During his career, he also chaired and spearheaded a number of administrative and anti-corruption commissions of inquiry and committees, among them the following. One, the tribunal investigating abuse of office by Iganga district in 1999. Two, the Judicial Commission of Inquiry into failed banks in 2000. Three, the tribunal investigating abuse of office by Sembabule district in 2000. Four, the Commission of Inquiry into the mismanagement of the Global Fund to fight AIDS, tuberculosis, and malaria in 2005. And lastly, the Judicial Reform Committee of South Sudan 2022, which is still, I think, dealing with up to date. Socially, Justice Ogora treasures God and dedicates time and resources to his service. He is the Provincial Deputy Chancellor of the Church of Uganda and also Chancellor of Bukedi Diocese. He is also hailed for spearheading church building fundraising campaigns and for writing a translation of the Bible into his mother tongue, Rusamia, which was launched in the year 2008. He has also invested his wit on creative and poetry writing. In 2009, Ogora's first collection of poems, Songs of Paradise, a harvest of poetry and verse, was published, receiving jubilations from the masses. All in all, Justice Ogora must be forever remembered for defending human rights, rule of law, democracy, and the independence of the judiciary. In 2005, he was the first judge to introduce a concept of interim bail. He hosted the first ever presidential debate in January 2016 with commendable success. I'm sure many of you watched that debate. He was also instrumental in the initial stages of piecing up the Administration of Justice Bill that was eventually enacted after several years as the Administration of the Judiciary Act 2020. This law has boosted judicial independence, accountability, and good governance. Justice James Munanga Ogora has lived a virtuous life, offered a meritorious service, and remained a true friend of the judiciary and a mentor for many. Long live Justice James Ogora. Madam Speaker, those are the awardees for today. Thank you so much for listening to me.
Thank you so much, my Lord, the Honorable, the Principal Judge. We now proceed to the presentation of the Chief Justice Benedicto Kiwanuka, Life Achievement Awards for the year 2024 to the two awardees. And I request those who have the plaques to be nearby as the Right Honorable Speaker comes down to hand it over. So Justice Seth sent a representative who is going to receive on his behalf, and that is none other than the Honorable Justice Paul Mugamba, retired Justice of the Supreme Court, is coming to receive on behalf of DCJ Emeritus Seth Manyindo. My Lord Justice Mugamba, you're welcome to receive the award. We can give a round of applause as this happens. Those are picture moments. Justice Mugamba receiving on behalf of DCJ Emeritus Seth, who was unable to come. Congratulations to him. Thank you very much, my Lord Justice Mugamba. The next award being received in person is for the Principal Judge Emeritus, the Honorable Justice James Munanga Ogora. My Lord, you're welcome to receive the award. Paparazzi, do the needful, taking the right posture. Congratulations, my Lord. Thank you so much, Right Honorable Speaker and my Lord Chief Justice. I request that you take your seats. We will now hear from Honorable Justice James Ogora, who is going to make a remark on behalf of the awardees. My Lord, you're welcome to speak.
I'll adopt the protocol that was established. Right Honorable Speaker, Chief Justice, I regret not having brought the artificial wig with me, but that's because I am plenteously provided for up here. I have no need. Two, I had people drop names of OBs and so on and so forth. Permit me to drop one or two. Have you heard of Edward Sekandi? Chief Justice Gicheru in Kenya. Chief Justice Ramadan in Tanzania. Chief Justice Odoki in Uganda. Deputy Chief Justice I think all of them. All of them. My Lord, the principal judge, you stand accused of exaggeration and you are convicted as charged. You said too many things about me. But one thing you said that needs correction is practicing certificate or diploma, LDC. No. In my time, in the time of Chief Justice Odoki, you went from the lecture room to the courtroom. No LDC. We graduated in May. A week later, we were interviewed. And the next day, we were working in the court. What you meant was international diploma in restorative justice from Queen's University in Canada. I want to say a very few things about what has been happening today, this morning. I've called it the courage of conviction. Courage of conviction. Once in every troubled age, a man or woman stands up and speaks up for the courage of his or her conviction. The price of such courage can be high. Once in a while, the price is one's own dear life. For Uganda, such a spectacular age was the age of the early 1970s to the late 1970s, the decade of 1970s. 3 distinguished men of honor and dignity and chivalry stood up, spoke up loud and clear, and ended up losing their lives at the hands of a brutal butcher of Uganda. One was the doyen of the then only University of Uganda, Vice Chancellor Frank Kalimzo, to whom our keynote speaker adverted to very ably. Another was the prince of the church, Archbishop Janan Luwum. And the third was the high priest of the shrine of Justice, Chief Justice Benedicto Kiwanuka. Deep in their heart of hearts, embedded in the depth of their conscience, the trio felt the searing pain of the brutal dictatorship that was let loose on the hapless population of their motherland, Uganda. They couldn't take it lying low in the comfort of their silence. No, they stood up against the odds. They spoke up against the horror of the age. For their courage, they paid the ultimate penalty. For their conviction, they paid with their own life. Frank Kalimuzo, an intellectual martyr. Janan Luwum is a church martyr. And Benedicto Kiwanuka was a judicial, he is a judicial martyr. This trinity of martyrs tell a tale of conscience, a tale of courage, a tale of conviction, a tale of ultimate self-sacrifice for the penultimate freedom and liberty of the masses. I was privileged to physically meet and see Benedicto Kiwanuka the first time in 1961 during the general elections of that year, which ushered in the political independence of Uganda. Benedicto Kiwanuka, like his erstwhile challenger, Apollo Milton Obote, came to my humble rural village of Lumino on their political rallies. After the rally, Kiwanuka had a quick lunch at the shop of my elder brother's neighbor. There, all we little school-going children congregated in droves to see face to face the legionary man of law and politics. The air was electric. Benedicto Kiwanuka was already a household name, a legend all across Uganda, as one who had politically defied his own king, the Kabaka of Buganda, in preference for the nationalistic good of his country, Uganda. For that singular act of courage, Benedicto Kiwanuka, and political death at the ballot box, the Kabaka and all Buganda allied themselves with Milton Obote in the famous Kabaka Eka UPC political party alliance to defeat Ben Kiwanuka, NDP, for the leadership of independent Uganda. Little could anyone tell that 24 years later, the same Benedicto Kiwanuka would defy the ruthless dictatorship of Idi Amin in defense of justice and the rule of law in his beloved country, Uganda. This time around, the courage of his defiance earned him physical death at the hands of the murderous presidency. From this very fortress of justice, this one where we are at now, the merchants of death snatched him. His body they desecrated, dumped in places unknown by people unknown and for reasons that we now know. Oh, how we long for the discovery of his body so that we can give it a distance. Who on 16th December 2005, here in these court shrines, audaciously and atrociously invaded and besieged the temple of justice right here on these hallowed grounds. That ugly episode gave rise to the writing of the now well-known poem, The Rape of the Temple of Justice. I first read it at a public gathering of the Uganda Law Society, and then subsequently published it in my anthology of poetry, which we call Songs of Paradise, a copy of which I've brought with me. Is this still morning or is it afternoon now? Now afternoon. In that anthology, I discovered only last night as I was preparing this, that I actually have written a few lines on Benedicto Kiwanuka. The poem Rape of the Temple starts something like this. From thin air they came, bedecked in black camouflage. Like a swarm of angry wasps, the Praetorian Guard descended on holy ground. Their ferocious fangs unfurled, their vicious sting darting ready to strike. Warlike, they came, wearing the bellicose face of terror, the malevolent mask of horror. Wild-like, they charged, wielding awesome weapons of war AK-47s cocked, ready to discharge a crackling cartridge. Uzi guns waving ominously in the air, ready to vomit their lethal venom. That's how it starts. And then it picks up with the Ben Kiwanuka in stanza 8. Such unutterable trespass, such unrequited transgression had not been seen before, not since the sacrilegious execution of the chief priest, Benedicto Kiwanuka. He was snatched, hauled, and carted away from this very shrine like a common thief. The infidels of the military ilk dragged him. From the sanctum of the shrine to the place of the skull, they led him. There, in the slaughterhouse, in the hall of the Holocaust, they butchered and quartered him, a matter for judicial independence. Let me, with your permission, Right Honorable, part with a word of caution to the high and the mighty. Those who would desecrate the Constitution of this republic, those who would corrupt the institutions of the state, those who would with impunity abuse the liberty of the citizens, those who would muffle the voice of the people, those who would taint the ballot box of the electors, those who would in any way or guise subvert the democratic will of the people, those who would imperiously tamper with the God-given rights and freedoms of the citizenry. All those stand warned. History is a harsh judge. 60 years from today, the judge sitting on the throne of history will judge you and will condemn you to a harsh and stern sanction. The court of public opinion then and the court of history will append your name to the lugubrious page of the infamous, the intolerable, and the obnoxious. And they will cast you into the dustbin of the ignominious. As for you, the people, then Kiwanuka's fellow citizens, stand up, speak up, and write up against injustice and iniquity wherever, whenever, and howsoever they rear their ugly head.
Thank you, and thank you so much, my Lord PG Emeritus. Let us give him a very big round of applause. I believe for those who love poetry, you didn't want him to end and you were enjoying it, and you were going until you didn't even notice it was over. But thank you so much, my Lord, for that very, very wonderful remarks that you have given. And for those interested in that book that has the poem for CJ Benedicto, I have copies. I think I have only 5 left. When Justice Ogola came to my chambers, there were some 3 lady justices who grabbed it. The day is for women. Every good thing, like, they grabbed the 5 copies. I have only 5. So the first 5 men, so that we balance, the boat will take it. Right, Honorable Speaker, we are coming to the climax. We are now going to listen in from the Honorable the Chief Justice, who will in turn invite you, and then we'll be closing the function. My Lord Chief Justice, you're most welcome to make your address.
The Right Honorable Speaker of Parliament of Uganda, the Honorable Deputy Chief Justice, the Honorable Principal Judge, Honorable Justices and Judges of our Courts of Judicature, the Honorable Retired Justices and Judges who are here, more specifically, Chief Justice Benjamin Odoke, Deputy Chief Justice Mpaji Baigaine. I do not know why they hid my lord behind. I say this with apology because our rightful place is in front here. Deputy Chief Justice Stephen Kavuma, Principal Judge James Monange Ogola. Your Excellencies, heads of diplomatic missions, our partners in development, members of the clergy who are here, Deputy Inspector General of Government, representatives of chairpersons of constitutional commissions, representative of the Director of Public Prosecutions, the Chief Registrar of our Courts of Judicature, the Secretary to the Judiciary, representative of the Inspector General of Police, representative of the Commissioner General of Prisons, the worships and registrars and magistrates, the Vice President, Uganda Law Society, and other distinguished members of the legal bar, Dr. Zahara Nampewo, the keynote speaker today, the family of Chief Justice Benedicto Kiwanuka, our esteemed participants here and attending online, distinguished ladies and gentlemen. Right Honorable Speaker, I welcome you in your capacity and as representative of the President of the Republic of Uganda. I do this on behalf of the Judiciary of Uganda and welcome you for gracing this important annual judiciary event. celebrated this year at the new judiciary headquarters. We've gathered here today, as we've done for a number of years now, to pay homage to the memory of Chief Justice Benedicto Kiwanuka for his sacrifice and endurance in advancing the cause of justice and defending the rule of law in our land, for which he paid the ultimate price. A summary of the history, the life history of Chief Justice Benedicto Kiwanuka more specifically with regard to his legal profession. He started as a humble court clerk, later became librarian at the High Court of Uganda, and then on his scholarship, in 1956. So when I was learning how to suckle milk, he was already at Gray's Inn in London. Then on the 1st of July 1961, Benedicto Kiwanuka became Uganda's pre-independence chief minister, leader of government business, and chairman of the Legislative Council, LegCo. Chairman, Right Honorable Speaker, is the equivalent of what we now say chairperson. He became independence chief minister, leader of government business, chairman of the Legislative Council, LegCo. Chairman, Right Honorable Speaker, is the The abuse wrongs that are committed on anyone. That is how the judiciary, the world over operates. So this notion, which I hear today, that there are shootings on the streets, there's tear gas on the streets, the Chief Justice must speak out. This is either done out of ignorance or done out of professional dishonesty, which is rampant today in this country. We in the judiciary, at least the judiciary which is under my charge, will render justice in accordance with our constitutional mandate and the oath we take. And it's very clear. But let me also say, and this comes up all the time, that the Chief Justice must not be seen in the company of the President of the country, in the company of the Speaker of Parliament. How else will then the Chief Justice tell the President, why are people being tear gassed? Why is this happening? Because he has no right to stand up on a pedestal to call a press conference and speak about this. He has a privilege. He has a rare opportunity which many of you do not have, to make a call to the President of this country as head of this country and say this is wrong. He doesn't have to come and then make a press conference. I met the President yesterday and I said this or that. That would be petty. That would be populist. And it is not. In the mandate of the Chief Justice or any judicial officer. I thought I should make this one clear. I'll give two examples, because these things continue reverberating. I'll just give two examples. A month and a half ago, about 2 months ago, there was a conference for top administrators in government in Chankwanzi. I did not attend, I was indisposed, but the Deputy Chief Justice of Uganda was in attendance and presented our position as the judiciary. The President of the Republic of Uganda spoke and thanked the Chief Justice for persuading him to abandon the course he was pursuing with regard to bail. Now, the Chief Justice of Uganda never, after speaking with the president and the president understood, he never came and said, I have done this, and now the president has understood. Many of you who knew that the Chief Justice was at State House meeting, the president said, now the judiciary has been captured. How else? Because the three arms of government are not enemies. They complement one another. Actually, they are like the tripods, the three cooking stones. They don't touch one another, but they complement one another. I want to give the people of Uganda, the other example is, in the run-up to the election of 2021, one of the leading candidates was arrested and charged in court. The Chief Justice of Uganda instructed the Chief Registrar, get a senior judicial officer to handle this matter. And the instruction from the Chief Justice was, make it clear to this judicial officer to handle this application of bail in accordance with the law. Do not fear to grant bail if you find all the elements that would permit the grant of bail. Do not fear to admit the prisoner to bail, but also do not fear to deny bail for whatever reason. Strengthened, the judicial officer went and granted bail. Now, we don't speak about this. I didn't stand on a pedestal and say the reason this prisoner was released was because I intervened. I couldn't tell the judicial officer, owing to independence of each judicial officer, I couldn't say, do not allow bail or you must grant bail. But it was within my powers to strengthen this judicial officer to act independently and in accordance with the law. And I said, whatever decision he would make, I would defend him. I didn't have to defend him. Bail was granted. The candidate proceeded up to the elections. The same candidate was besieged, could not leave his home, made an application, a habeas corpus application in the High Court of Uganda here. The Chief Justice didn't have to intervene this time. An order was granted and he got his liberties. If indeed there was a capture of the judiciary of Uganda today, if indeed orders were being given from above, that was a very good opportunity for those orders to be given. They were not. And I would like to say, if anyone had given an order that do not issue an order of habeas corpus and have the prisoner released, we would have ordered for the release of the prisoner because that is our mandate. I give this assurance. So the theme for our lecture today is Benedicto Kiwanuka, promoting a people-centered approach to justice. The life experience of Benedicto Kiwanuka is an inspiration for us to place the people's aspiration and interest at the center of our pursuit of the constitutional mandate bestowed on us. In this regard, I wish to hail Dr. Zahara Nampewo, the keynote speaker for the year 2021-24, for delivering a remarkable message on the meaning of import of a people-centered justice. It is because it resonates with what is our key purpose today in the judiciary of Uganda. Central to our pursuit, at least this administration, which I am privileged to head is the issue of a people-centered justice, the issue of affording our people true access to justice. But that's the only way you can make people exercise in their name and on their behalf. So the judiciary transformation agenda we are pursuing focuses on fighting case backlog and enhancing access to justice services across Uganda. We are therefore making every effort to bring court services close to our people so that access to court is accorded equal importance with access to safe water. Justice is as important as water. Without water, there's no life. Without justice, there's no orderly society. We are pushing to have both physical and functional access to justice a reality in our lives. We are striving to build more courthouses, employ more personnel, judicial and non-judicial, and provide modern tools of work in these courts. My Lord Chief Justice Benjamin Odoke, we are now a far cry from the time when you were head of these institutions. When we appeared and submitted, when I was a practicing private practitioner, when we appeared before you, we could see you were both a judicial officer and also a stenographer, because you had to hear what the witness was saying, you had to write it. At times you had to look for the demeanor of the witness when you are writing. I don't know if you would follow a line or write across the page. Now for the superior courts, we sit and swing in our chairs and watch the witnesses, listen to the lawyers, because technology now records for us. Our secretaries are now technology. So we've come a long way. We've come a long way, and that's part of the transformation we're pursuing in the judiciary. On the other hand, we are giving periodic training to judicial officers to enhance their capacity to render justice to our people by ensuring that the rule of law is safeguarded. We have also strengthened the inspectorate arm of the judiciary in order to, among other things, deal decisively with the perceived and real monster of corruption in the judiciary. The multiplication, the spreading out of courthouses and deployment of judicial officers everywhere in the country. We have quadrupled, we even done more than this from the time I took office as Chief Justice. We have recruited a massive number of judicial officers, unprecedented number of judicial officers. I call the courthouses, which we have gazetted in all sorts of places, villages, small towns. Those are the hardwares for justice delivery. The hardware. I've said this before, I need to repeat it. If the software does not work, however beautiful the hardware is, it is useless. Its rightful place is the dustbin. My friends of the other faith would be, they should be thrown and become part of the dung heap of history. It is because of this that we have taken training of our judicial officers from the time of recruitment and continuously during service to ensure that the software of the judiciary is effective, responds to the aspirations and needs of our people. of the justice seekers. This is a new area we put focus on. We've expanded, rejuvenated and expanded the inspectorate so that every judicial officer can feel somebody breathing on their neck behind them. As a reminder that you must act always in accordance with your judicial oath. We have gazetted 38 high court circuits. We have gazetted every district as a magisterial area. We have gazetted every county constituency as a grade 1 magistrate station. What needs to be done is to seek for funds to operationalize these courts so that justice seekers can access justice at a faster and cheaper cost. There is what we call the national basket. There are demands from every quarter. If the Chief Justice, whoever he or she is, cannot hold a baraza with the President, with the Right Honorable Speaker, where do you get these funds? Because there is competition for the little that there is in this basket. And in this regard, Right Honorable Speaker, I want to thank you at a personal level for standing and fighting for the judiciary. It is not by accident that the judiciary budget has risen from 198 billion at the time I took office as Chief Justice to 460 billion today. You don't achieve this if you deceive yourself that you must remain in your cocoon. If you're seen with the Speaker of Parliament, you're compromising judiciary independence. If you're seen in the company of the President, you're compromising judiciary independence. The judiciary has been captured. The judiciary is in a crisis. You don't achieve this. You leave the people who have crisis in their head to continue with their crisis. We do our work. My understanding is very clear. The core of judicial independence is that for the exercise of judicial function, nobody, the Chief Justice cannot direct a grade 1 magistrate, leave alone the others, that you must decide in this way. No. The President cannot direct the Chief Justice that you must make a decision in this regard. No. But the President, just like any of you, can complain to the Chief Justice of Uganda. I have received several complaints from the President. There is nothing in the law that forbids the President from complaining and requesting the Chief Justice to take action. He did that on bail. We had our engagements. We're only learning today that the views of the Chief Justice won the day. We will continue to engage. You will not hear us calling press conferences because we think that is not how we do things. So if our discussions will result in more fundings for the judiciary, our people will feel more the real justice being played next door. Our people will walk to courts of law and walk back from courts of law. Our people will find judicial officers who act in accordance with the oath they have taken. It's only then that we can pride ourselves that we have accorded our people true justice. We are simplifying court processes and enhancing the use of ICT in the delivery of justice services. This demystifies court processes and makes courts more accessible and user-friendly. Virtual hearings are now a reality and quite common, and has reduced the cost of litigation and promoted efficiency. Somebody in Canada can now testify in court without appearing here. It means a lot. Somebody in Gabon should also be able to testify when we arrive at that level. And the court is recording from Barara, recording from Busia, or wherever. Accordingly, the introduction of ECMIS has brought home to our people the following and other benefits: increased case filing, increased case disposal through unlimited 24/7 access to the case file, increased non-tax revenue collection through online payment methods, transparency in managing case information, cheaper case processing cost, no need for transportation, stationery, archival space, etc. Improved security of court files, no forgery or loss of documents, and improved communication between the courts and the parties through instant e-notifications. We've ushered in and are now robustly pursuing alternative dispute resolution, ADR mechanisms, such as mediation, small claims, courts, and plea bargaining. With support from the Pepperdine University, we have trained retired judges and notable civil servants who have joined us in the noble mission. As a follow-up from the resolutions of the African Chief Justices Summit on ADR that we hosted here in Kampala on 4th and 5th of March this year, I am pleased to report that from 5th to 9th of August 2024, the judiciary held an ADR week, during which the courts dedicated time and encouraged courts users to consider alternative modes of settling disputes. I am happy that commendable results were achieved through this initiative. The ADR week culminated into a magical complete resolution of 235 cases in just 1 week. The Court of Appeal alone resolved 49 cases through mediation, alternative justice. I mean, it was unheard of. This is a novelty. It's an innovation that is making a difference. The family division resolved 35 cases, commercial division 31 cases, land division 11 cases, Mukono High Court Circuit 10 cases, Makinde Chief Magistrate's Court 66 cases, and Mengo Chief Magistrate's Court 23 cases, among others. These are cases which could have remained and resolved for anywhere 3, 4, 5, or even more years. They were resolved in 1 week because of the new innovation. The success of ADI in these countries is simple. The reason for it is simple. A few years ago, it was established through research that only 5% of disputes find their ways to courts of law in this country. Recently, similar research established that it's now risen to 10%. What is 10%? 90% of disputes in this country do not reach the courts of law. There is no mayhem, there's no breakdown in law and order. One should ask the question, how? I mean, if 90% of all disputes do not reach the courts of law, how come the people are not killing one another with machetes, with arrows, with spears, with guns? It is simply because what is erroneously called by the Western world as alternative dispute resolution, which I have stubbornly rejected and referred to as our original dispute resolution mechanism, is at play informally. within the community, they resolve so many of these disputes by themselves, one way or the other. So our pursuit of the alternative dispute resolution is merely to formalize the informal dispute resolution which our people are pursuing in the countryside. And that's our pursuit. And Uganda now stands at the pinnacle of the advancement of alternative dispute resolution in Africa. Uganda now takes the lead in mobilizing and organizing judicial administrators across the continent to pursue alternative dispute resolution as a core function in the administration of justice. We have also deliberately now, the unprecedented success rate is an eye-opener to all of us, that ADR can perform miracles in expediting justice and offering acceptable and cheap alternatives. It was not surprising, therefore, that at the conclusion of the Family Justice Summit held on the 12th and 13th August 2024, the lawyers unflinchingly resolved to support AGS, alternative justice system, and alternative dispute resolution mechanism as the best way to go. Shall therefore continue to hold these interventions, at least on quarterly basis, to benefit from this God-sent scheme. We have also deliberately enhanced people involvement in justice service delivery. We have stepped up stakeholder consultations in matters of policy and legislation, and have held regular public meetings, court open days, and radio and TV sensitization programs to enable us to give and receive feedback from justice seekers. Other than these direct engagements, public participation in policy making in the judiciary is now guaranteed, with the presence of 2 members representing the public, as well as representation from the Uganda Law Society in the Judiciary Council, pursuant to the provision of the administration of the Judiciary Act. Conclusion. I can speak with confidence that with further budgetary support, and for this, you'll see the Chief Justice of Uganda frequenting the company of the President, even if it is to your chagrin, and frequenting the company of the Speaker of Parliament to draw strategy on how the judiciary budget can be enhanced. This you don't have to guess, you don't have to roam among about it. You will see the Chief Justice of Uganda doing that. So with further budgetary support, it is possible to attain the much cherished dream where litigants can walk to court, testify in a matter, and walk back home. It will equally be possible to witness a situation when the rule is that a litigant would file a case in January and get his judgment not later than December of the same year. This is possible. In Namibia, where the number of judicial officers is woefully, let me say, beneficially way above the population. The ratio is way above what the population will need. If a case stays in court for 6 months plus, the judicial officer must write to the Chief Justice why a case has taken time in court for 6 months and 1 day. It can be done in this country. It's just a matter of putting our house in order. We know what needs to be done. We presented them with the requisite budgetary provision. It can be done. I believe I've been at the center of administration now for 8 years. I know it is possible for a case to be filed in January in this country and disposed of not later than December of the same year. If the budget of the judiciary was Right Honorable Speaker, if my budget was 800 billion like yours, this would have been achieved in my lifetime, or at least during my tenure as Chief Justice. But I'm glad you're helping me to fight for the judiciary budget. I may not achieve it during my tenure, but I know we would have laid the foundation for this. I would like to extend my appreciation to the family of the foreign Chief Justice Benedicto Kiwanuka. You have unfailingly joined us to honor the memory father, your grandfather, the father of the Ugandan judiciary. I also extend this appreciation to all the distinguished participants for turning up to celebrate the memorable contribution of Ben Kiwanuka to the administration of justice and the rule of law in our country. There was mention, I also have a quarrel with Principal Judge James Munange Ogola, when he was listing his illustrious OBs, he forgot that the current Chief Justice of Uganda enjoys being his OB in two schools, two great schools. For that, you'll be convicted and sentenced to a caution. I heartily congratulate Honorable Justices Seth Manyindo, Deputy Chief Justice Emeritus, and James Ogola, Principal Judge Emeritus, and your respective supported families upon winning the coveted Benedicto Kiwanuka Award for the year 2024. Owing to your respective forthright, principled, and charismatic persona when you were each at the helm of the administration of the judiciary of Uganda. I call upon all the judicial officers to embrace these qualities in their service to our people. Let me say something about Deputy Chief Justice Seth Manyindo and also about Principal Judge James Munange Ogola. I stand here today because Deputy Chief Justice Seth Manyindo, when he was chair of the Judicial Service Commission, fished me out of politics and made me a judge. At least I became a judge without being interviewed. When he looked for me, and again, this I will write at great length in my memoir. When he looked for me, I was in the Juba peace talks. And by his own account, he said, all along he knew I was in the wrong place when I was in politics. Because politics is not for people who speak their mind directly, not people who carry favor, not for people who cannot stand up to say no, who do not believe in their conviction. So I thought my rightful place was in the judiciary. So I was interviewed in absence, if you know what this means. The commission had to discuss me, and all these things I was not aware. And my name was sent to State House. I almost missed because State House wanted my CV. And the 12 names that had been sent are delayed there. If my CV had not was not sent within a given time, I'd miss out, and they would have sworn 11 people. But if you're destined for something, the Lord knows how to handle certain things. There was a break. I came back to Uganda, and then Secretary to Judicial Ralph Ochan looked for me and took me to Seth Manindo and told me that I didn't have to appear before him because I had already passed the interview when I practiced law. That's when I was interviewed. During our time, unfortunately, the members of the Judicial Service Commission are not here. They're very busy determining who should join us. One did not apply to become a judicial officer, at least in the superior courts, High Court, Court of Appeal, Supreme Court. They used to call it shoulder tapping, I think. Shoulder tapping, yes. The other term I hear is head hunting. I think we need to debate whether this one of people applying on the process of head hunting or shoulder tapping is better. I think we need to discuss this. So they didn't even tap my shoulder because I was not there, but I was head hunted. So at a personal level, I owe this position to Deputy Chief Justice Seth Manindo, who plunged me into the very middle of the raging water, and I've swum up to where I am. And for this, my Lord Paulo Mugamba, you will keep the prize, because I'm going to take that prize and hand over to Deputy Chief Justice Manindo myself in Fort Portal. So you're going to take custody. This was just for the camera. I'll seek the permission of the Right Honorable Speaker. If she insists to go to Fort Portal, I will accompany her. Then for Principal Judge James Munanga Ogola, something similar to what Deputy Chief Justice Manindo did. He called me, my Lord, because I'll write about it anyway. So let me say it here today. So, Judge, where are you? I was in the International Crimes Division. You come. So I go to Farmers. It's called Farmers House or Farmers Building. Farmers House, Parliament Avenue. I'm wasting you in the High Court, your material for Supreme Court. Now you apply. I think he's the one who introduced this thing of applying, which I'm not sure I support anyhow. So I asked my Lord, but I'm in the High Court, the Supreme Court. He said, where is the law saying you cannot go from High Court to Supreme Court? In the end, I applied to go to the Supreme Court. I attended the interview to go to the Supreme Court. I passed that interview, but there was a problem. I said, yes, it's possible. We've seen his judgments, it's okay. A very senior lawyer whom I've always respected. And I think he did the right thing for me. Said, we need to talk to this judicial officer. Other than being sent to the Supreme Court, let him go to the Court of Appeal. Even if it is for one day only, then he can go to the Supreme Court. I have a witness here, so that I'm lying. You know him. He will start up and say, my Lord Chief Justice, how can you lie like that? He's here. Because he doesn't suffer fools. So it was presented to me. I said, well, that's what I'd raised. I am happy to go to the Court of Appeal. And I'm one of those who believes that if there is an appellate court to be strengthened, it is the Court of Appeal. Cases should end at the Court of Appeal. Jurisprudence should be made at the Court of Appeal. Occasionally, the Supreme Court on points of law can come up with jurisprudence. If you have a strong Court of Appeal, the justices of Supreme Court should be playing more golf than sitting in court. For me, that's what I understand. I might be totally wrong. I don't know what my Chief Justice Benjamin Odoke would say, but this is what I feel. In the event I was sent to the Court of Appeal 2015, but I took 1 year to take my place in the Court of Appeal because this was done at a time when I was in the middle of the Kampala bombing case, which I was presiding over. So it took me 1 year to take my place with my senior brother, Justice Stephen Kavuma, as my Deputy Chief Justice in the Court of Appeal. So both of them saw some qualities in me. So why I think I celebrate the award given to them today because I know from personal experience that they deserve it. In this country, we see always, if a Chief Justice is from West Nile, well, let me talk about the Chief Justice now of Acholi. His personal assistant must come from Acholi sub-region. It's everything, you know. When we hold these offices, we must promote Ugandans. This is what I inherited from my predecessors in office. Promote Ugandans. Identify the way they identify me. I should be able to identify because I'm not a Musamia, I'm not a Mutoro. I'm from far north. I should be able to identify a Ugandan who can serve in this or this capacity on merit. If it has to be an Acholi, then it must be on merit. So my Lord Principal Judge James Munange, I join you in celebrating this award, which is very well deserved. I convey to my Lord, the Deputy Chief Justice Manyendo, I join him in celebrating this much deserved award. My Lord Deputy Chief Justice, I appreciate you and your organizing committee for yet again making the Benedicto Kiwanuka celebration successful, as you've done before. I applaud the judiciary top management team for working tirelessly to see a transformed justice. My Lord, my Chief Justice Benjamin Odok, I don't know what your team was. At least I know the team that my immediate predecessor had. But the Lord has smiled on me. I have a team which I had who are in charge of the administration of the judiciary of Uganda. So the Lord has smiled with me. We act together. My mode of administration is participatory. When we sit in our discussion, I'm not the boss, I only occupy the chair. And we brought the judiciary this far because we act as one. We go into the nitty-gritty of the issues, we discuss without fear, we give our views, and that's where we are. I'm grateful, my Lord DCJ and your other colleagues for doing this to the people of Uganda. I thank you all, welcome you again, and thank you for participating. I thank you all for listening to me. It is now my pleasure to invite you, Right Honorable Speaker, to address the people of Uganda. Thank you.
My Lord, the Chief Justice of Republic of Uganda, the Deputy Chief Justice, the Principal Judge, kindly allow me to go by the protocol that has already been mentioned by the Chief Justice. I am immensely honored to be here to celebrate the memorial lecture of the late Ben Kiwanuka, who was then the Chief Justice of Uganda. I am wearing two caps, two hats. My small hat, very small hat of a speaker, and then the big hat of His Excellency, the President of the Republic of Uganda, who is not able to be with us, but he has delegated me to come and deliver his message to you on this very special day. The annual Ben Kiwanuka Memorial Lecture is a profound commemoration of the legacy of a towering pillar of judiciary in this country. I pay tribute to judiciary for keeping a legacy of the late Chief Justice Ben Kiwanuka. I want to thank you so much, judiciary. It's a befitting tradition to always remember our countrymen and women who have made a tremendous contribution to this country. And next time you should also remember those who are not gone. Like I'm happy you're talking about Justice Ogola, Odochi, and the rest. We should always celebrate them even when they are not gone. Before I deliver the message of His Excellency, the President, allow me to reiterate the commitment that legislature, judiciary, and executive will always work together. We will work together because I'm hearing the Chief Justice talk about his finances. Actually, your finances will even become more than mine. That is what we can commit to you, because we know what you do for this country. You have our unwavering support of Parliament for us to make sure that we increase your budget. When we work together, we are not being controlled. It's not a remote control. We are collaborating with each other. Collaboration is one of the ways that we should be able to work for the good of this country, for the good of humanity that we represent in this country. So nobody directs each other, nobody controls the other, but we work together as a collaboration, and which we thank God that we have been able to collaborate as institutions of this country, not like before, where such things will never happen. I also would like to comment on the issue of appointment of judicial officers. That is prescribed under Article 142.1. When the judicial officers are appointed by the appointing authority under the advice of the Judicial Commission, these names are sent to Parliament for vetting. That is under Rule 165.2. When the names are sent to Parliament for vetting, we do vet and give a response back to the appointing authority. That is under Rule 170. When we write back to the appointing authority. The essence of vetting as prescribed in the law, that the judges and justices shall be vetted in camera. The premise of the law may be new why that should be done, but these laws are not cast in stone. They can be amended. But I also want to tell you, not all of us are liked. If we say we open it to the public, we can open it to the public and none of you or none of us can come. So we should be conscious in whatever we do for the good of our country. If we don't have any problem with the judges so far we have vetted, even if we're not vetted by the community. And this kind of pretense of people walking that anti-corruption walk, and you're saying that you are denying people and that is abuse of human rights. If you want to walk and say why you're walking. You're walking because of the anti-homosexuality law, not because of corruption. We will not, and I'm repeating this as a country, we are not going to tolerate it. We will not tolerate it because we want a peaceful country. We are not, and this peaceful country, we must work together as the three arms of government, together with academia, to ensure that we teach our people the right thing to do at the right time. Chief Justice, allow me now, before I finally say, read the letter, that the Parliament of Uganda cherishes the complementary work that you've done, that we are doing together, and achieving the vision of the President of the Republic of Uganda, which is a peaceful country, united, democratic, a harmonious, industrialized, transformed, and prosperous Uganda. And this can only be achieved by both of us. It is our responsibility to ensure that we achieve it. And it is also our responsibility to ensure that we advise everyone that we want a united Uganda, irrespective of your religion, your politics, or whichever, but Uganda belongs to all of us. Now allow me read the letter from the message of the President. My Lord, the Chief Justice, my Lord, the Deputy Chief Justice, the justices and judges present, the judicial officers in your respective capacities, distinguished guests and ladies. It is a pleasure for me to be part of the Benedicto Kiwanuka Memorial Lecture, and I appreciate all the legacy he left. I thank the Chief Justice for his invitation to me on this day. I applaud the organizers of this event for keeping up the spirit of remembering Benedicto Kiwanuka for his landmark to the inhabitants of Uganda and to the entire human race that shall read and learn of his humanitarian struggle. He was murdered in cold blood in September 1972 when he was dragged by functionalities of Idi Amin regime out of the High Court. The late Benedicto Kiwanuka served as the first Uganda Chief Justice after independence and is remembered for having been selfless defender of human rights and rule of law. He succumbed to a brutal and trauma forced into a boot car and taken to Makinde Police Barracks, where he was killed. Prior to the appointment as a Chief Justice, the late Benedicto Kiwanuka was an eminent Ugandan politician who was instrumental in processes leading to Uganda's attainment of independence from the colonialists. Occasions like this give us an opportunity to reflect on our history that was characterized by massive extrajudicial killings under the reign of dictatorial regimes. The NRM realized that there was need to end such killings, which were being carried out with impunity, restore democracy and the rule of law. It is against this background that I led the 27 patriotic Ugandans to liberate this country from the dictator. Indeed, from the time we took over in power in 1986 to date, the NRM government has restored the rule of law and enduring peace throughout Uganda after decades of misrule since independence. We are now on the journey to promote sustainable peace, development, and prosperity. Ugandans are aware and are enjoying the transformation that I have spearheaded since we took over power. All our relentless endeavors to usher all Ugandans to prosperity that we so much need to, not only in Uganda as Ugandans, but as Africa. Despite the frustration by the bad elements. I wish to emphasize that the NRM leadership will not relent on this prosperity gospel we have preached to Ugandans until we see its fruits in all regions. The NRM is determined to ensure that all Ugandans are self-sustainable and self-reliant. We have supplemented our resolve with several programs from different categories of the people. That is the youth, the women, the aged, the entrepreneurs, and the farmers. This is the reason we have to grow. This is the reason we have a Grow Fund for women and a parish development model, which equips the motives, people's abilities towards achieving a sustainable livelihood. To break the chain of being dependent on either working for relatives or even government resources, all of us must be productive if we are to build a successful economies. The greatest evil most economies have now, especially in Africa, is corruption, which was and is still one of the challenges of socio-economic transformation and prosperity can only be enabled in corruption-free environment. The call for elimination of corruption is worthy because corruption has caused nations to lag behind on many fronts. Corruption cripples nations through loss of large sums of money, inefficiencies in duties, undermines the rule of law, reduces access to services, including health, education, infrastructure, and erodes the trust in government. All of us must join in the war to avoid the resultant distortion of the effects thereof. We all have a part to play in our respective capacities, and more so in your particular profession as lawmakers. Let the patriotism that was with the likes of Benedicto Kiwanuka sink into our understanding so that we can walk in it through practice. This being the only way we can pass it on to the young generation. One of the greatest spirited fight and concern we should ensure now is unification of African race. We need to ensure a combined effort towards the fighting external forces, strengthening our ability to negotiate for better services, resources, and broaden our market base. Africa has been endowed with abundant natural resources, and once we unite and identify where our economic strength is, then we'll strive what we want to get as a country. I thank all of you for turning up for this memorial lecture, and I believe that all the deliberations will yield great results. I believe that once we work together, our efforts liberating all our Ugandans, Africans, and not being diverted by foreigners will achieve what we want to achieve. Let us be active participants in all government programs and be stewards for good cause. Thank you. Signed by His Excellency Yoweri Kaguta Museveni.
Thank you, and thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker. Let us give the Honorable Speaker a big and thank you so much, especially the promise for a big budget for the judiciary. Right Honorable Speaker, you've left all of us smiling and looking forward. Thank you so much. We have now come to the end of the 7th Benedicto Kiwanuka Memorial Lecture. We will be having anthems, a photo session, and as usual, the Honorable Chief Justice has prepared a meal for all of us. We enjoy it in the new towers. For those who have not yet entered the Supreme Court, it will be your time to enter at the top floor, look at Kampala beautifully, but enjoy the most delicious meal that has been prepared. After the anthems, I will be inviting PRO to guide us on the photo session. And now I request us to rise up and we have the anthems. Thank you very much. We are now proceeding to photos. And PRO, come and tell us where and how.
Thank you very much. We are going to have only 8 photo sessions. We shall be having the same at the past area. It's already prepared where the high table will be joined by the first session will be the judicial top management with our retired judicial officers and members of the Judiciary Council present. I will request that we immediately move as I will be mentioning. And the second photo moment will be by the family, will be the family of the late Honorable Chief Justice, Benedicto Kiwanuka. That will be the second. The third photograph will be the justices of the Supreme Court together with the justices of the Court of Appeal. So we shall be preparing as soon as possible so that we take that picture. And the fourth will be the judges of the High Court and the Industrial Court. The fourth will be the registrars and magistrates, the present, then followed by that of the members of the bar, both in ministries and departments. And then the sixth will be development partners. Development partners will be followed by the heads of administration of justice program present. Finally, we shall have the organizing committee. So let us have the photo moments. You need to guide me if the next session is, I cannot see that side. Somebody will do, yeah, probably you could guide me from that other point so that the next group can move. Okay, thank you.